Everyone, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Any items from the public? State your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is John Christensen. I'm president of the Eastern Panhandle Central Labor Council, and I'm here to remind the council as well as citizens of this county that tomorrow is Workers' Memorial Day. Workers' Memorial Day, more than 50 years ago on April 28th, the Occupational Safety and Health Act went into effect, promising every worker the fundamental right to a safe job. The law was won because of the tireless efforts of the labor movement demanding action from the government to protect working people. Yet despite progress in occupational safety, thousands of workers are killed. Millions more suffer injury and illness each year. They die crushed in trench collapses, trapped in machinery, and by explosions. They die from infections. Others are killed in falls, vehicle incidents, heat stress, or are victims of workplace violence. You hear that every day. On average, over 100 workers are killed every week in the United States due to traumatic injuries suffered at work. More than 20 times as many die from occupational diseases, many due to exposure to hazardous substances many years before they died. They do not have to happen. Many are preventable. In 2021, West Virginia had 36 fatalities and 12,600 injuries reported in the private sector. Just recently, a young West Virginia state forestry worker was killed fighting a forest fire. Cody Mullins of Mount Hope was only 28 years old. We honor, remember Cody and all these men and women on April 28th, Workers' Memorial Day. I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Christian, I'd like to, on behalf of the council, thank you for bringing this very important issue before us this morning. It is important that workers are safe, that they are kept in a hazardous, an area that's not hazardous to their health, even though some professions, they are inherently difficult and hazardous to do. But at the same time, the things that we can do to protect our employees to make sure they go home from work every day, you know, between the police officers and firefighters, the highway workers, you know, and just a general, maybe even a plant worker. You know, we've had several major injuries and death in this county in industry. So to be able to keep our people safe and see them that they go home at the end of the day is important. Thank you.
Thank you.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow is Arbor Day.
It is.
It is. And the 28th of April was my parents' anniversary. So it was a very big day for quite a few people. So, and I was at the NETC when they memorialized the fallen firefighter from West Virginia. So it was very moving. Okay. Any other items from the public? If not, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a motion to approve the agenda for April 27th, 2023.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those, or any further questions or comments? Oh, not yet. Yeah. Any, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Motion carries. Now you get to approve the agenda. You just don't get to approve the minutes.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
My bad.
Let's see. We have the purchase order log. Any questions for Tracy on that? Have anything for Tracy? She's back there hiding. We'll make her come up if y'all want to. Alrighty. Let's see. Internal budget revisions. One internal.
Yes,
Mr.
sir. I
Davis.
have one internal budget revision request for the council's consideration. The request has been submitted by the Honorable Shelley Shopper, the circuit clerk for Department 403. Mrs. Shopper is requesting that she be allowed to decrease line 216 maintenance and repair equipment by $3,500. Current unencumbered fund balance is $8,000 with 0% spent to date. And increase line 341 supplies and materials by $3,500. Current unencumbered fund balance is $700.05 with 95.3% spent to date. And she's requesting the fund transfer so that she could order some additional envelopes for the circuit clerk's office.
That's a lot of envelopes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We have a change in status. New hire recommendation received from the Honorable Larry Hess, assessor for Courtney Cook as a personal property clerk with an annual salary of $31,500 effective May 4th, 2023. New hire recommendation received from Jack Lang, facilities director for the following. Daryl Prather as a facilities worker 2 with an annual salary of $43,135 effective May the 1st, 2023. Austin Stevens as a facilities worker 1 with an annual salary of $33,942 effective May the 8th. And we also received a letter of resignation received from the Sheriff's Department for Matthew Larson effective April the 18th, 2023.
How many deputies does he have now?
It's a total of 67 budgeted positions. I think he has 2 vacancies right now.
That's okay. All right. The approval of the minutes. Councilperson Barnhart and Councilperson Catlett were not present, so we need to pull those and are present. Need to pull those and get those approved before we move on. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from April 13th, 2023?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Forgot about the comments, but anybody have a comment about those?
Well, I'd like to recuse myself.
Okay, we have one recusal.
Same with me.
Okay. Thank you very much. And April the 18th, 2023, Councilperson Boyd was not present, so we need to approve those. Do I have a motion to approve April the 18th, 2023?
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Let's see. There you go. Motion carries. We'll help you out there, HD.
Just hang with it.
It's a bad day.
Still got jet lag.
He's still got jet lag. Yeah, there we go.
It's a bad.
No, it's a good day. Come on, HD.
Every day's a good day.
That's right.
Amen.
Amen. Yes, indeed. The calendar's here. Let me. Today we are here for April the 27th for the council meeting and then 11 a.m. and 6 p.m. we'll have public hearing proposal for the stormwater management ordinance. Be in these chambers. Today we have 5 p.m. library board and 5 p.m. ambulance authority. The 28th is 10 a.m. farmland protection board special meeting. And then we move into May. Golly days, where's this year going? On May 1st, we have planning commission at 6 p.m. Tuesday at 5 p.m. we have sewer district, 6 p.m. water district, stormwater district meeting. Wednesday at 4 p.m. we have Telemon.
Taliban's been moved to the 10th.
Move to the 10th. That's the following Wednesday. Okay. Any other changes or corrections? All righty. Council calendars. Board and commission calendars. Got that. A resolution for certification. Do I need to read this, or is this just part of the consent agenda?
It's just part of the consent agenda.
Okay. Letter of endorsement. That's part of the consent agenda. That is for for the sale for a tournament. Okay. Move on over here. We do have Mr. Hess, Honorable Larry Hess for. Oh, that's right. I need a motion for the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Mr. Hess, welcome aboard.
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I got a couple of things we had to correct last week for your all's
approval today. First thing I got is a taxpayer error for Georgie Dillo. She did not mark off her legal report. So I had to report it as taxpayer error for $40.49.
Mr. President, I move we accept the taxpayer error for personal property in the amount of $40.49.
Have a motion to have a second.
Second.
Okay, we got two of those. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed? Motion denied.
Thank you. I do have just as personal property corrections, we had to correct these office error for the past week or so. There's 7 of them total for the reasons as listed there. They total up to $1,115.99 for this.
Okay. Do we have a motion for the office error personal tax exonerations?
Yes, sir. Make a motion, we accept the assessor's recommendation on the personal property office errors in the amount of $1,115.99.
Have a motion to have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries.
Good, thank
Is
you.
that it? Thank you,
All
sir. Board of meeting reports. Mr. Boyd, tell us about your trip.
Careful.
Careful? Okay. No.
Yeah, I didn't have any meetings.
Okay,
Trip went well.
good.
Return home not so well.
Oh, well, we're glad you're here.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
House smells like a skunk.
Oh, my. That's what you get for having a cat door, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Been a long night.
Yeah, I'm sure. Mr. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had a water district meeting Monday. It was a fairly short meeting. They, on the executive director's report, during the month of March, 115 new meters were installed, so the total for the fiscal year now stands at 923.
New meters.
Yeah, so they're gonna beat 1,000 real quick.
Yep.
Let's see, they, of course, we have the hearing for the water rates on May 11th. And they also presented the proposed budget, which is shows an income about $20 million for the year. And it was interesting, I wrote it down somewhere, which I can't find, but the capacity improvement fees, which is of course a subject of interest, is about $3.7 million so far. And they also had a letter from the company who wants to build that
Community?
that subdivision on Welltown Road, and of course they understand the problems with the water pressure, and they figured that estimating 3 to 4 years to get it in, they're willing to pay $2.1 million for the connection fees now, and maybe they could get it in the next 2 years. No response. It's just a letter from Sun
Properties or something?
Yeah, something like that. I got it right here. Sunrise Development Group.
Okay.
So that's the latest on that. So to give you a heads up.
Okay, doke. Anything else?
That's it.
All right. Mr. Catlett.
To follow up on the water thing, I met with Boy and Jim Ouellette this week about some property we're looking for on Ridge Road for a new tank. And while I was leaving, Jim said to me, he said, I know Penny sent out something, an invitation to today be at the public hearing on the 11th of May. So, but I think it would be appropriate, and Jim has offered to do this, is to let him open the public hearing like prior Brian did with the, to give us feel for it before we ask for any comments.
Yeah, and that was discussed at the meeting.
Yeah, and I think that would be an
He's
appropriate way to
been
do that.
invited twice.
Yeah, very good. I think it's a great idea. And as far as the ones today, they're gonna send somebody here, but I don't think we asked them to open up the public hearing today, but they are gonna have somebody here from the Stormwater Board if there's any questions that we can't answer. My only other meeting this week was yesterday with the senior services, and they need a website. Their website's been down for quite some time, and so I'm trying to direct them to some professional help instead of internal help to get it done right, because in today's world, it's really important that they get a good website. So they're going to look into that, hopefully, and get it corrected soon. The other thing they did yesterday, which was really nice, they asked some of us to stay around and help serve. And I never had a job as a waiter, but and at Labor Day every year I refuse to wait on tables. I do the cooking and also. But anyway, we waited on table. But what they did, they had a dinner for their volunteers, and it was really nice. I mean, the lady that cooks over there drives here from Wardensville every day, and back, and she's like the guru of cooks. I mean, she's unbelievable. And the hors d'oeuvres was shrimp and scallops, and then the meal was just fabulous, and the dessert, it was just great. But then they recognized all the volunteers that helped them over there, so it was a really nice event, and glad to be a part of it. So that's all I have.
Sure.
Eddie?
Actually, I had no scheduled meetings to attend this week.
I do have an ambulance start today,
Today, yeah.
but it's at 5, and I'm going to have to leave early because they're doing a recognition of their top people too. But I won't be able to stay. I'll be back for the public hearing at 6. And so.
Good deal. All right. I myself did not have any, so that leaves us to our honorary council person, Mr. Declan Hall from Hedgesville High School.
Yay.
Eddie, give you the honors.
I just tore it off this. I'm coming, Declan. I just had a mess up.
Declan, we always let them know that 3 of the council people in office at the time have graduated from Hedgesville High School.
Great.
Representing.
Yeah. Well represented.
I shake my hand.
I, Declan Hall.
So people can hear you.
I, Declan Hall,
Do swear and affirm
do swear and affirm
that I will uphold the Constitution
that I will uphold the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of West Virginia,
and the Constitution of the West Virginia,
that I will work hard
that I will work hard
to fulfill the responsibilities
to fulfill the responsibilities
of the office
of the office
of honorary council member,
of honorary council member,
which I have been appointed,
which I have been appointed,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
My name is Declan Hall. I go to Hedgesville High School. I'm a senior there. I'll be attending Duke University next year on a full academic scholarship to study mechanical engineering, certificate in aerospace engineering. I hope to go into the engineering field. Afterwards, hopefully get a job at like NASA, SpaceX, Boeing, something like that. That's my plan as of now. We'll see where it takes me through my 4 years in college, but that's my plan as of now.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Thank you everyone for
It
having
sounds
me.
to me like the sky's the limit, huh?
Yeah. No pun intended. Huh?
I think he's a lot smarter than all of us.
I think he is too. I think he was a lot smarter when he said he was going to Duke.
On a full ride.
On a full ride. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
That is
I have
awesome.
a nephew that graduated from Virginia Tech in aerospace engineering.
That's awesome.
He works for the Navy, but then he's brilliant, of course.
It's an incredible.
Yeah, and it's great to see you do that. It's wonderful.
Thanks.
It's all about the numbers, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Oh, man, I still don't get used to that one. And if you hear anything and you want to interject at any time in our discussion, just nudge Penny. She'll throw something at me and get my attention, and well, she would love to. So please, at any time, let us know what you're thinking.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilperson issues. We are here to hear Mr. Catlett regarding flashing stoplights. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I talked to Senator Blair over the weekend, and we talked about several issues, but one he brought up to me was, they passed a law several, I think it was in 2016 actually, that you can request to have your certain lights, stoplights be flashing from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I think the council discussed that in the past. Is that
Yes, we
correct?
did.
And approved it, and thought it was a good idea, so he asked, he would like to see it get done, and he asked that we would motion to do the, request a letter sent and have all 5 council members sign it, to send to him so he can share it with the Department of Transportation to get it done.
Okay.
We've been talking about it for a long time.
If we do that, should we start with one intersection in particular first and then move on from there and request them as the time goes, or should we just do a blanket, or what would?
The correspondence in your packet is the first one specifically requesting at exit 14
Yep.
of Interstate 81. This, you made the request several years ago to the Department of Highways, but it was just kind of a general request and it kind of fell on deaf ears. So this being a little bit more specific, maybe will prompt some action.
Yeah, he's gonna go straight to Riston with it, so.
Good deal.
Do we have to do each intersection that we want, or we just,
I think you can be selective.
I mean, it's up to DOH, I assume, to determine.
Hopefully they'll take our input is what I'm
Yeah.
saying, you know, and then,
So it's the hospital exit,
Yes.
yeah. But,
both ends, both lanes.
Yes.
I mean, I think we should take advantage of it wherever.
Well, I do too, but I would like for us to send the letter that we sent, resend the letter that we sent about 2 months ago, that I know I did not receive a response from anybody on the state level requesting that they look at our highway infrastructure in this county, that the improvements that need to be made. I mean, did any of y'all receive a response back from anybody?
No.
If I remember right, we copied all of our local legislators on that also. They were
Read it
included.
and Matthew just, Matthew just reset
in
something.
Matthew's in there.
I thought you just reset Senator Blair with a different one.
In my conversation with Senator Blair, I mentioned that fact again too, that, you know, we requested, when we were in Charleston, we requested to have a meeting, have them come to Berkeley County. So I said, we really need your influence to try to get them here. And I really talked about the issues on 901 with him, so hopefully, he mentioned that to Riston as well, so.
So I mean, we have countywide highway issues that I would like to have that letter resent with this letter to accompany, to get it to the right people.
And I think that there was a discussion about having the meeting in Hedgesville at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And Friday. We'll have it at 4 o'clock Friday in Hedgesville and see how many of them can make it there in time. So,
The letter is in your packet.
okay.
Yeah, we're in Berkeley Springs on Friday, coming back, and of course, heading east, it was clear. Traffic going west was backed up from the light in Hedgesville, clear to the light at Hedgesville High School.
And we had that long discussion. The turn light going left in the mornings is working pretty well. Okay, so come through there every day. And it used to take 10 to 12 minutes, and now it takes 3 to 5 to get through the light. Okay, if you're backed up at the post office. But I told him the problem is in the evenings, when the traffic's coming west now, you need to shorten the left turn lane because it is backing up now with the people coming west
Yeah.
in the evenings. And he said it's a simple solution. Although he's not sure if that light, that left turn light has the capacity to do that. If not, they need to change it so it can do it. They have lights that obviously they can set at different times.
Yeah. Are those lights regulated out of Charleston, or
I think District 5 can
Is it?
control that, yeah.
I don't know where they're regulated?
Okay, well, we do have that in our packet.
Yes, sir.
Get that signed. And we are ready for the little bit of a description of our 10 o'clock bid opening.
Yes, sir. You have a 10 o'clock bid opening today for the addition to 520 South Raleigh Street, which, as the council knows, is the Day Report Center. The addition and renovations in general The project consists of a three-story building addition of approximately 19,175 square feet and renovations of approximately 400 square feet plus all the appropriate site work. The RFP has been on the street for some time. The original due date for the bids was Thursday, April the 12th, 2023. However, we did receive a number of requests from general contractors that were having difficulty putting material costs together and getting their list of subcontractors. They asked us to delay the bid opening until today. So the bids were due at 4:00 p.m. yesterday. We did distribute the RFP through Crabtree and Rohrball. We also put the RFP on our website and on social media platforms. As required by law, we did a Class 1 legal ad, which appeared in the Martinsburg Journal on Tuesday, March the 7th, 2023. We do have certification publication on file and in your packet, and we're pleased to announce that we received 6 bids yesterday prior to the deadline. So we had, as you know, in the past when we've had construction bids, because of the difficulty with materials and some things, the bids that we received were limited. So we were very pleased to see the 3 bids that we got in, or the 6 bids that we got in yesterday.
That Dawn knife will cut, just to be careful. Looks like it's a little hacked up. That's what happens when you try to cut rocks with it.
I want to put up there because I whacked it on that microphone.
Yeah.
People say, it sounds terrible when y'all opening something. Okay.
Number 1.
Does it have to be in order on this?
Sorensen Gross, Day Report Center additions and renovations. That, you want the spelling, Penny? SORENSENGROSS. Let's see. Where are they out of? Jim?
Never heard of it.
Flint, Michigan. Oh, I think that's what, if I read that right, is that a? Yeah, the request. I think so. Let's see. Total bid amount is $6,481,000.
You do that for tonight.
These will be given to the building committee to review. This one is from AIA, oops, no, hold on a minute. Yes. Waynesboro Construction Incorporated from Frederick, Maryland, for $5,572,551. There's a couple addendums also.
What was that amount again, Mr. President?
$5,572,551.
Mandatory that the vice president has to open it. I don't get in trouble by saying that. She's struggling with it. I'll bring you another night.
Thank you.
He's making fun of my night. Gee whiz.
It's pretty bad.
It is. Maybe I'll give it to Jack and he'll put an edge on it for me. Okay, bid number 3 is from W.R. Warner. I think this is the one, consolidated, yes. Let me make sure. Yes, W. Warner Construction. Warner Construction, A Division WR1. $7,219,000. They are from Frederick, Maryland. Okay. Myers Building Systems, Clear Spring, Maryland. Total bid lump sum, $5,584,900. Bid number 4. And is this the last one? No, sir. One more. Bid number 5. Lance Construction, Aviation Drive, Winchester, Virginia, $7,393,700. And bid number 6, Breach Bill and Hellman Construction Company, Chambersburg, PA, $5,833,000. Okay. And we can pass them back to Alan. That concludes those, is that correct? Sure.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I got a point of order. You failed to go to the board and commission vacancies.
Yes, I did. Well, it was 10 o'clock, so we had to move on to the bid opening. Alrighty, moving back up, board and commission vacancies. Is there any applications or reappointments that we need to look at? I just wanted to make sure I brought it up.
Yep. Make sure you touch that button.
I did.
I will say this, at the senior meeting yesterday, we're down 2 appointments there, the senior board.
Uh-huh.
So if any of you would know someone or talk to someone you think would be a good candidate for the senior services board, we need to fill 2 positions.
Okey dokey. That has been duly noted. All right, 1010, Deputy County Administrator Gary Wine, in Next Generation 911 bid recommendation. Motion?
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
See Jen following me, just to make sure we follow through.
Okay.
So, as my memo said, we started this in process back in October. This really started several years ago with the changes of technology and the opportunity to do certain things in the 911 world that we aren't able to do today because of the communications that are involved. I think it's important to note that this kind of evolution and these steps only better serve those people forced to dial that special 3 numbers, and it also offers opportunity for us at some levels to produce information to the folks who are responding in a better manner. As we're all aware, anytime I stand here and talk technology, it's always an ask for money, because nothing's ever free. These evolutions, while technology in many instances helps, typically doesn't help budgets. And in this instance, we're faced with one of those now. Just a little history. 911 calls are delivered in West Virginia in an E911 system that is probably pushing 30 years old. The last director was the director in the inception of E911. Mary Cackley was involved from the very beginning of what 911 was and is today. That technology has come to a standstill. Matter of fact, a lot of the equipment in that technical world is beyond support and has reached limits of manufacturer support for equipment use. So this change, while it's new to us in Berkeley County, is not new to 911 in general across the country. Matter of fact, Jen's previous PSAP is Next Generation 911 now. So one county to the north in Maryland and one county to the south in Virginia are both Next Generation 911 systems, if you will. In West Virginia, there is, to my knowledge, one county that has in fact stepped out into the next generation world. And that's little tiny Logan County. They've got a director down there, and actually it's a conglomerate of counties down there that are all working to push into the next generation world. So we aren't the first. We try to always be that, but in this instance, we aren't. It took some efforts to get us here from a new center and a bunch of new technology that you invested millions of dollars in several years ago. So here we are today. You have 3 vendors that have applied, all provide different solutions, different scenarios, and have different business models for the way they provide these services to their customers, you being one of them. We've been from Florida to on-site visits. We've been on the phones with customers in California, Louisiana. We've been in Maryland, Virginia. We've spent the last 6 months doing the due diligence to come here and ask for your approval to move forward. This comes from both Jen and I, but more importantly, a group of folks that took a lot of time to volunteer and kind of try and digest this. I can offer that there are other counties that will follow suit right behind us, more importantly, probably Jefferson, because they are our backup answering point. So when we have a failure and outage, we don't go to another building in Berkeley County. We actually leave. If we have to go help, they can answer them until we get there. But typically, they are our backup PSAP. So this technology really improves the opportunity for outages and changes and how fast those calls get here. Of the 3 that responded, we are actually proposing and asking that you select Motorola Solutions. It is not the cheapest selection. However, we believe it fits the model of what we're trying to do and trying to accomplish. Their references are in line and agreed with every question we asked. Nothing right, wrong, or indifferent about the other 2. We just feel that Motorola is the right solution for us. They've been a good partner over the decades with us on the communication side. We've been a partner with them in the 911 arena probably since the very beginning. Their support staff and everything we have all confidence in. So our ask is, and if the council agrees, it would be a 5-year commitment. Unlike the current commitment, we're locked into the state provider, which is Frontier, who doesn't offer this service. The generation going to next gen, there's lots of players. We had 3 respond, but I know more about next generation more than I ever cared to know. But there are probably 10 players in the world today that provide these services, 3 of which were willing to provide it to us. So that being said, it's about $320,910.84 annually. And obviously would commence once we're out. There's nothing, we're asking for anything up front, no payments made until we go live. So it'll be a while. What we're asking, if the council approves, is just to give the president the authority to sign the contracts.
Does this involve hardware replacement?
Very, very, very little. Firewalls,
Yeah.
2 little tiny things. The rest of it is all software for us. Our CPE, our phone system, is ready. There's a small amount that we have to pay them to help for setup. But you made a significant investment getting ready for this back in 2018 to the tune of $1.6 million in technology, which is about end of life and ready to replace again. But it's an evolution. It never stops. Jen's business is very expensive. But
How long will this system last?
so what they're providing is a service. So it's not really a system. Their service of delivery, right? So the contract and the bid, the RFP that we published was for a 5-year solution. So, and it's ever changing. The industry model and the guidelines and the things they have to comply to, they evolve. I want to say daily, but monthly. There's forever a change.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do this, let's do that. And not only does the provider of the core services have to comply, but then your phone system that receives this has to comply, right? So one of these days, this is the beginning of one of these days at a traffic accident where you have a bystander with a cell phone playing the wreck and a responder, not the driver, and a responder in their vehicle knowing what they're coming into. That's what this starts, right? It's crazy what are out there. Already text to 911, videos to 911, but picture live streaming from, after Jen, what happens? How many calls do you get on an accident in the interstate?
20 to 40 calls.
One. So right now, we have 6 lines that communicate with us. And they're physical copper lines that have been there for decades. We have the normal issue you will with old hardware and structure, rainy days, snowy days. We have communications issues. So this addressed some small things, but more importantly, it lines us for the future and what's to come in the industry.
So the $1 million difference between Motorola and AT&T is worth it.
In our opinion, yes, it is.
Okay.
Would that require an increase on the 911 fees?
Not initially. I think that's a topic of conversation as we continue to evolve. But for now, the increase in cost for services is probably right around $200,000. There's still significant costs in there for communications as it is. So to step to this new level wouldn't be free anyway.
And remember during Jen's budget presentation, we did, even before this recommendation was made, we did discuss the need to increase the 911 landline fees. They're currently set at $5, and that's residential, commercial, both. We don't differentiate between the two, and they've been in effect since June of 2017. So there have been some substantial changes made to emergency communications, and we mentioned back in March, January, February, March timeframe that we'll need to revisit the 911 landline fees sooner rather than later.
Okay.
And there's no way to require, because that only comes to 304 numbers, right? Like
That's
on cell
correct.
phones.
Your fee
So,
comes
so
from-
there's no way to require someone who has a local address have a local number.
Meaning,
Some of these cell phone companies offer whatever.
it's based on your
when you
billing
go there.
address. Based on your billing address, right? So it's difficult.
And that
Much
$5 is a landline
Placement.
fee. That's not the cell phone fee, which is separate. But in answer to your question, if someone has a 240 cell phone, they're not paying.
And lives in the confines of 304. That 240 goes to the 240.
Correct.
But more importantly, when you talk about the landline fee, that includes VoIP, which are the services provided that you get over the internet. So you could have a free phonesystem.com phone number that's provided out of California. They collect that fee and it gets here. Wireless is the big deal. It doesn't get here.
Well, the fee structure is, becoming more and more difficult, having a hard line in somebody's phone in their home, are being quickly diminished. I mean, everybody is going to their cell phones and typically doing away with their home phones. So that's hurting the funding mechanism there as well. And I know that we had approached the legislature several years ago about using meters, electric meters on our homes, which would be a much more accurate accounting. That was not successful.
And the wireless fees are delineated across the state by formula. Just because they're wireless phones in Berkeley County, you don't get 100% of that collected.
What's the one major difference, $1 million difference that makes you choose that one over the other one?
I would venture to say the business model. So the change. So when you take the delivery, the phone customers, the people who are delivering these services, getting them into one bucket, one control point, one method to handle in a guaranteed amount of time is a huge differentiator, right? Some models have proven, when we looked and did our research, that even from start to finish, years, they aren't done. Others move a little faster. We have an issue in this state in our particular county with our physical infrastructure. We've heard that a million times, right? In this scenario, we believe we can get stuff done at a pace that matters.
Understandable?
Yes, sir.
That's why we have Gary here to explain it to us.
It's not taken lightly, Mr. Williams. At any time, it's a rarity, but we have to, in some instances, make those recommendations. It's still the council's decision. It's just a recommendation from us. It is hard, right? And you can't judge the other people just based on the service delivery, because they do deliver a service, right? And we would never have anything bad to say about that, right? We truly feel that this solution is what fits best for us in the way we do it, in the way that we believe you want us to do it. An example, AT&T provides service in Frederick County. Motorola provides service in Washington County. It's all over the place. It really is. So it's a good thing to the industry. It's kind of opening up where before it wasn't that way, but it provides opportunity for some significant differences too. And really, what is the total cost of ownership over 5 years? That's another thing you have to wonder. Right? We believe that while it might be upfront, we'll find out what the total cost is over the years, but it is our opinion that that's the best choice for this body.
And you need a motion to approve.
The bid, yeah, we need you
To
select.
accept the bid recommendation by.
Correct, and then give the president authority to sign the contracts once approved by the.
Aaron, I believe in what you say. I believe that you have the best interest of 911 and Berkeley County in mind, and I will make a motion to approve the Motorola solution bid and give the president the authority to sign it.
Okay, have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Make us proud.
Try.
Okay. All righty. Next on the agenda is Randy Lilly, Emergency Management Director. And Sean Wolford, come on up. Yeah, Gary took some of your all's time, so.
Oh, no.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
The question was asked who's going to read it.
Well, when I looked at
Pretty big
the,
documents.
I was going to say, when I looked at the read ahead, it said that there was 838 pages in my read ahead. I did not read all of those. I'll be honest with you. Good thing there was a lot of pictures, so go ahead.
So, as some of you all recall, back several years ago, we had started the project of updating our emergency operations plan. So our plan was totally overhauled in 2009. I think there was some updates done in 2012, and then in 2017, Councilman Gokenauer and myself, we had made some other updates to it. Basically, just some numbers. A lot has changed in Berkeley County since 2009, 12, even 17. So the West Virginia State Emergency Operations Plan is wrote in the ESF format, Emergency Support Function format. We were in the conventional format. There was a recommendation that all counties go to this ESF format. It's a lot easier to understand. It's kind of our Bible in the event of emergency. So if you open it up, it's a guide that guides us through things. So the recommendation was to go to the ESF format. And then a couple of years ago, the council approved that we could overhaul the program. We had contracted that out. Sean came on board, and it was kind of his first big project. We kind of handed it over to Sean to get with the entities involved, which is a lot here in Berkeley County, so it's quite an undertaking. I'll let Sean speak a little bit about the undertaking that we went through to get the plan overhauled, and this includes the continuity of operations plan too, so there's two separate plans that we have done.
So basically, we're bringing, as I said, two things to you today. One is less formal, if you will, the continuity of operations recruit plan. So we essentially did both these at the same time to save costs, save time, all that good stuff. So the continuity of operations plan, you can look at it as something that you would use after a disaster, if you will. So every single office in the county, every emergency services agency in the county, even down to the municipal level, was all contacted, basically asked to identify their core duties or core responsibilities, and how and what they would need to continue those in the event of a disaster. Say a fire would happen here in this facility, how would these offices maintain, how would they move forward? So that's what the COOP plan kind of lays out, and each office was able to answer those questions, provide their input on it, and each office, council included, so we have 25 more of these at the office to distribute once you accept them. Basically, it lays out the plan of what will we do to recover and how will we move forward in those first few days, weeks, months after something significant would happen that might disrupt operations. So obviously a COOP plan is something that you hear a lot of, or you should hear a lot of in industry and business, things of that nature, and equally important for government operations as well, emergency services. So we have, first thing that I will give to you, I guess, for acceptance is the Berkeley County Continuity of Operations Plan. And I'll give you a copy. And again, there's one for every office, every agency in the county. I'm not sure the process it will need. I don't know if you necessarily need to adopt it more or less and accept it as you provided input for that. So the second, and this will have to be formally adopted, is the Berkeley County Emergency Operations Plan. And as Randy said, it's essentially our Bible, our playbook for pre-disaster. How would we respond to a disaster? What are the different entities, offices, agencies, what are their responsibilities? And again, this has input from federal, state, local, you name it, anyone that might be involved in some type of response, nonprofits, private industry, you name it.
How often do these documents need to be updated?
Okay. So for the COOP plan, the continuity of operations, there's not really a set timeline. We're going to recommend, once we hand it out to everyone, that each office essentially looks over it each year. Make sure any names haven't changed. What I kind of noticed from the one that was done in the past, I believe it was 2009 maybe, there was a lot of technology issues. And, technology in 2009 versus today is completely different. So that's what I noticed in that old one versus what we have now. So we're going to recommend that each office just kind of looks over it every year. And if there's updates, let us know, and we'll update the master. And kind of both of them will be a living, breathing document. Now, the EOP, that's something that jurisdictions are required to have to maintain. And on a rotating basis, every 5 years, we're supposed to essentially roll over this document. So we're supposed to take a few pieces of it every year through the LEPC, through our office, kind of review those. Doesn't mean they necessarily have to be completely changed and brought to you all, but we review it, we change it, we update it as need be. So as Randy said, the EOP is required by federal statute, by West Virginia code. He mentioned transitioning from the old annex method to the ESF method. That was a requirement on various presidential directives that are listed there, what those are. So again, input from all over the county, private, nonprofit, you name it. We had various conference calls, things to gather all the input on this and update it. I can't say specifically that we're the first county in the state that is completely up to an ESF format, but if we're not the first, we're very high on the list. Because this is, again, just the guidelines came out right before COVID, and just like everything else, everything went to a standstill with COVID. So if we're not the first, we're very high on the list as having a completely new ESF.
The agencies that you refer to as being essential to this document, are they also members of the LEPC?
Many of them are, yes.
Not all of them?
Not necessarily.
No, not all of them sit on the board due to not have, you don't want to have a board so large.
Yeah.
So, but they all are invited and participate in the LEPC in some form or fashion.
And they've all provided input in this
Yes.
document. So nothing is contained in the document that has not been properly discussed.
Correct.
Correct.
So LEPC is actually the responding agency that you
No, so the local emergency planning committee gives input in all of this. Now, a lot of the LEPC members are like the ambulance authority, the sheriff's department, the state police. A lot of them are responding agencies, but we also have, and they're responding agencies as well, like the Red Cross and agencies like that. They're part of the LEPC as well. But there are agencies that are part of the LEPC that are like industry partners. Procter and Gamble, for example, is a LEPC member, but they're not a responding agency.
It's amazing to me how much LEPC has changed from its inception.
Yes, it has. And I don't want to get off on it too far, but
No.
LEPC here in Berkeley County is probably one of the most active LEPCs within the state of West Virginia. And that comes from, we hear that from our state liaison who attends every LEPC.
I was original member of LEPC, representing the health department. And when it was first formulated, we were just charged with inventorying industry to see what they had on site for emergency responders to know what they're getting into. That was it.
I attended a training conference a few weeks ago, LPC specific, and there were some new requirements, I guess you say, that were out there to everyone across the state that we'll have to kind of look at as well as everyone else. So.
Is there a provision that after an incident has occurred, that you try to plan for everything, but obviously you can't? Then you create like a form after action or an anomaly that may have happened. And then those anomalies are looked at and then gone over and then reevaluated and maybe put an addendum into the document.
Yes.
Okay.
And before we move too far away from the LEPC, Randy and Sean both have done a very good job of bringing a lot of different agencies together. And, I recognize that from my seat now that you all done really a good job with that.
Thank you. Now, one other thing within the emergency operations plan, the plan that you all have, that 700-page plan, and this plan here does not have the terrorism annex in it. We don't advertise and make it public knowledge, the terrorism annex, because this is our playbook. So we don't want bad guys to get our playbook in their hands. So that terrorism annex is maintained in the master copy at our office.
Okay.
I can tell you a very thorough call at our office, just I understand handle our office. They spent quite a bit of time on the phone with them, just going through the daily details of our office. We have emergency. I know they contact with everyone individually, so they spent quite a bit of time with this meeting.
Okay.
It stretched out longer than I think we wanted it to,
Right.
but we got what we need, a good product.
But if you recall, I know Councilman Gokenhour recalls the original annex, the original 2009 document was probably 5 times this thick. It's a huge
Binder.
book,
I think I still have a copy of it in my office.
So for the emergency operations plan, again, there'll be 2 physical copies, one kept on file here and then the master, as Randy said. But since this is a formal document, it'll be adopted by the county, signed, sealed, and
Attested
going
to.
through that full process, with Charles' approval.
And all of responding agencies, the sheriff's office, the ambulance authority, a lot of other agencies will receive a copy of this electronically. So everyone will have the same book in their hands. We all make the plans.
And then as changes occur, they will be disseminated.
They will be disseminated, correct.
Very good.
So essentially with all of this, we have a playbook for before the disaster and during the disaster, and then the coup is after the disaster, more or less.
Okay. Anybody have any other questions?
Just have a comment to thank you for all the time I'm sure it took to get this right. I really appreciate it very much, what you've done.
Okay. So I need a motion to adopt or implement the Berkeley County Emergency Operation Plan.
Yes, sir. I'll make a motion that we accept the emergency operation plan for Berkeley County as presented.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Like sign opposed. Motion carries. You want me to sign this one? Is this the one that gets signed, or?
Yes, we can make copy. We think the clerk also has to sign off.
Yes, clerk does.
We can collect their signatures, but we can come back and get that later. We don't
Okay.
get that right.
Clerk's here. Well,
Okay.
what's that?
Is there a motion to include all those presidents to sign?
It's everybody. It's the whole council sign it. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll pass it that way and come back again. All righty. We are at 10:30. We're going to take a break here and get a picture with our honorary council person, and we'll come back in shortly.
Mr. President, can I just remind
We're back in session, and we have Hunter Wilson here, Chairman of Berkeley County Fire Board, through tax increment financing. Come on up.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you all for taking the time to talk to us today. I don't know which one you want to tackle first. We'll talk about the TIF financing first.
Yep, that'd be fine.
Beddington Station, I don't know if any of you have been down there very much or not, but we're holding it together with Baylor and Klein Prairie right at the moment. We had to invest $1,000 in a new roof that I hated putting on it, but it's what we had to do. That station, we secured the property. The fire board paid cash for the property last year. I think it'll raise probably close to $7. We only paid $350 for it. So that's its future home. It moves it up into, as Gary would put it, the red zone, our heat map where the bulk of our stuff is.
How big is it?
4.2 acres, sir. Also, part of that, I have been talking to Dave Urban, the ambulance authority. And I think we've got buy-in to put 2 bays on there for ambulance. Mr. Gockenhauer has talked to me about helping with the sheriff's office. So it would be a combined building.
Municipal, or not municipal, but
Public safety.
public safety.
Whatever, what it is. But it'd be the first one in the county. It'd be probably the wisest use of taxpayers' funds. And I think it would be probably the most economical way for us to get that station built. We have built 2 stations. The 2 stations we built can also operate as shelter in place for either first responders or citizens. Both of them have large community rooms and large commercial kitchens, which provides us in the event of, especially a summertime emergency, with air conditioning, and we can get our people in there, or the first responders can use and rest, get back out to work. So that's just why we're asking to use TIF financing. I think we can carry the load until that would kick in. We just have to work out some details with the ambulance and sheriff. That's about it. But other than that, I think we're pretty much on board. We would ask you all to a motion to let us use the TIP financing to help pay for that station. Increased cost, add 2 bays and sleeping quarters and offices for sheriffs. You're probably looking at about $5.5–6 million. Last station we built was 4.6 there at Baker Heights. So I'm just adding I'm guessing. But we got adding 2 bays, offices, living quarters, and a larger day room for the staff that's there. It has to be there on a day-to-day basis.
Hunter, being we're looking at some really different ways of doing things. Number one, being able to hopefully finance this through the TIF. And number 2, which will also include what you would or I would consider outside agencies as far as the ambulance authority and the sheriff's office being under one roof, which in my view, I think, will better serve that community. But, and this is just maybe a question or a comment, should we be looking at doing this through the building commission?
We have built,
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
I think we can handle it. I mean, as far as for the sheriff, he told me 5 or 6 officers, correct?
That was my first thought, but I haven't really
Well,
spoken
whatever
to
the
the
number
sheriff
is.
about
I know
that.
I'm meeting next Tuesday with Daniel. As far as us building it, we've got the team that has built the last 2 stations. I think I'm not knocking your building commission when I say this, but I think we're more qualified to build a firehouse.
The other thing to keep in mind is, you're talking about 2 different tips. You're talking about I call it North Berkeley tip and South Berkeley tip.
Right.
Yeah. We continue to work with the Development Authority, as you know, through emails this week and defining. I think the North Berkeley tip, we're in pretty good shape as far as the definition of the land mass that will include. As you move forward, and I think that will be the first one that you do if you decide to do a tip. At that time, you'll have to designate What that money, we'll have to do some projections on how much we think that TIF will generate. And then you'll have to designate at that time what that money is to be used for. It's not something that you can do today because it's too early on in the process. But the other thing to keep in mind, and we'll have to get legal involved, if you decide to do the TIF, that $5 or $6 or $7 million in TIF bonds will be bank qualified. So I don't know how ownership of that will have to be done. That's something that's going to have to be worked out. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind as you move forward. We hope that we can bring the decision or bring the information that you need for the North Berkeley TIF by the end of June. That's what we're pushing for.
Yeah, it opens up an excellent opportunity, to build that facility there. And I had checked with Mr. Rowe, Greg Rowe, who serves on the water and the sewer district, to see if they have any major infrastructure needs in that particular area where those TIFs could also go to, and he does not. So knowing the need to place a new facility on the north end, we thought was an excellent opportunity for TIF.
It's too early to probably motion it now, though, until we get the TIF created.
You can't do that yet.
Okay.
But as you get further into the TIF process, you will have to formally designate what that North Berkeley TIF is going to be used for.
So this was just more of a consensus of an agreement to move.
General consensus of the council.
Council to move it on through. So,
We can handle the financing. I've been working with our banks. Be a little bit creative with our banks, but we think we can carry the financing without having to come out of pocket a bunch of cash like we do with bigger banks.
But you are agreeable to making a joint thing with the ambulance, sheriff's department?
I've got
Because to me, that
vetting.
makes the most sense in the future, is to build it where it's all together. It's cheaper than separate.
I have got Bennington Volunteer Fire Department on board. I have got ambulance on board. I'm counting on Mr. Openhire to put me in touch with the person at the sheriff's office. We'll go from there. I mean, this opportunity, at the time, it was different people and different times. We tried to make this offer to them in South Berkeley. And at the time, I reckon it just wasn't the right fit at the right time. Now it's the right fit at the right time.
makes sense.
Makes sense for sure.
All righty.
The other thing I have is a letter from Fire Association for a fee increase on commercial only. Did you all get a copy of it?
It's in our reading.
Huh?
Yeah,
It's in the
read ahead.
It's in their back.
Just asking, I brought copies just in case. It's to upgrade and balance out our commercial lines. This would generate somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.2 million to $1.5 million in excess cash. So far, we have been able to, like I said, we've built 2 stations. We've bought 2 tankers, South Berkeley. We're committed $400,000 in South Berkeley. When they get ready to buy their other engine, their volunteers are coming up with the other probably $400,000 or $500,000. Beddington's paying for their own tanker they got on grant, so they're paying the match on that. But we're able to pay cash for our equipment instead of, I mean, I look at those trucks like I look at a pickup truck. It's something I gotta have, but I sure don't wanna finance it if I'm paying all that money in interest and it's worth 20% less than that I roll off the top. So we've been trying to buy our vehicles cash instead of going in debt so much. You know, our buildings are assets for the county. They don't devalue, they increase in value. That's why this fee increase is being proposed for help pay for the station, maintenance, fleet replacement, things like that. And I would ask that the next election held in the county be placed on the ballot.
I'm disappointed that this increase request does not include staffing. We can build all the buildings, we can place an apparatus in every one of them, But where another part of our struggle is getting them out the door. This does not address this. As a matter of fact, it says that it is only to go to fire station replacement.
Also says equipment, sir.
And equipment, but nothing about personnel.
I don't think we can raise enough money to pay for that. What, $100,000 a person, $125,000, $150,000 a person?
I'm really struggling. You know, I've asked the fire board in the past to
It's in the
cooperate
I
and
understand that, sir.
and partner with us, try to get some staffing in the Hedgesville district in particular, and it was denied.
More than that, we don't have the cash now to do that. I mean, you're talking, what, 9 people, you're talking over $1 million?
600,000. That was the number. You were in the meeting.
I know.
$600,000.
I think it's more than that.
Well, we sat at the table, and that was the number we came up with, huh?
I understand that, sir.
And we were willing to split that halfway to get staffing on that west end.
I understand it.
And I'm just disappointed that this number does not include staffing.
What we're on presenting you what the Fire Association presented to me.
I understand.
And I know they've all requested 24/7 coverage. When the county, if it's gonna go truly paid, you're talking about needing, your fire fee for individual houses would have to jump somewhere in the neighborhood of $120, $150 a house, and I don't think the county would quite stand for that. I might be wrong, but you got shot down the last time they tried to do it. Bad. I would like to see paid firefighters, but I don't know where the cash is coming from.
I know when we put it out there to raise the fees, and you know, you're right, we did. We got hit pretty hard with it, but that was going to be a tough sell, and I don't think we had the full buy-in. And now it's time to.
Well, the last time they had a fee increase, I wasn't on the board yet, so it's been a while back. I think they only got half of what they were asking for. I might be wrong.
That's
about that.
correct.
Yeah.
They got about half of what they were asking for. But let's face it, we have a fire at Macy's, Quad, P&G, any of the big producers in this county. When we've had fires there, we've taken everything that we've got, plus everything surrounding us, to go to that fire. It does drain our resources.
Mr. President, it's 11 o'clock.
Okay. All righty. We want to table this here for a second, for a while.
Well, you know, as you know, the code has been changed, and any adjustments of the fire fees has to be put on the ballot.
Yeah, all I'm asking is if you put on the next
So I
ballot.
think all that the request is that you consider that.
Yes.
Certainly you have enough time, and we can put it back on the agenda. This is only April. You've got,
Okay.
you've got plenty of time to think about it.
We'll
I don't think a decision has to be made today.
we'll readdress it on a later date as far as putting it on the ballot. So we got time. All
Thank you,
right.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have a public hearing for the stormwater ordinance, and can I have a motion to open the public hearing?
I make a motion to open the public hearing on the stormwater ordinance.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed. And
Mr. President, if I
Yes,
may,
sir. Go ahead.
as the council is aware, for the past 3 or 4 months, you've been working with the Stormwater District on the renewal of the stormwater, the MS4 application. And you made the decision several months ago to become a co-permittee
right.
with that, and which will eventually require some modification of the area that the MS4 application covers, and it'll be confined primarily to what they consider the urban canopy. But as part of that process, you've also decided to revisit the stormwater ordinance. It was presented to you some time ago, and at your direction, We scheduled the public hearing for today. We did post the Class 1 legal ad in the Journal. We have certification publication that states that it appeared on Thursday, March 30th, 2023. Contained in that notice was that written comments could be submitted to me prior to this public hearing. We have not received, your office has not received any oral or written comments to the proposed ordinance. So we bring it to you today with the purpose for you to solicit any comments from your constituency that might be present this morning.
Okay. The public hearing is open. Do we have any comments from the public on the stormwater ordinance that is proposed to be a co-permittee? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I live out in Bunker Hill,
Mm-hmm.
and I've got
I have to ask you to state your name for the record.
Ujima Tyson, Mr. Tyson,
Yeah.
Ujima.
Yeah.
And I've been paying on that, the bills. I live on Sam Mason Road in Bunker Hill. All the time that we've been charged for this, I'm having trouble understanding why we in that area have to pay for the stormwater, this building. And it's been coming. I got to pay mine a little bit late now, but I've been paying it. I have a question. I'm having trouble understanding why out there we're even involved in this.
It had to do, if I can properly say it, explain it. When Berkeley County reached a certain amount of residency, over 100,000, it triggered a MS4 program that we had to be implemented in. When it was implemented, it covered the whole county, and that also included unurbanized areas. And that was like west of North Mountain in Berkeley, in the Back Creek Valley area. But the urbanized area is designated between, you might say, the I-81 corridor, north and south. So that is part of the urbanized area where the stormwater management be taking effect. The proposed collaboration with the co-permittee owning or having it with the county council and the stormwater district or the sewer board, we are looking to modify the permit, which kind of reduces the size of the unurbanized area out of that. So in the process of that, that was the biggest discussion that we had when it was first implemented, and it would come through the federal side of making it an unfunded mandate that we had to be part of. And that has to do with the storm sewers, whether, the discharge of the allocations that we're allowed to have for pollution downstream, with the Chesapeake Bay watershed. So we all produce a certain amount of water runoff of our property, and that's what the fee is basically generated to help provide the cost that it does to keep the water clean.
Keeping the water clean. Again, in my mind, I'm not trying to understand. I have a farm out there, and we have septic systems, we have everything that we need
I do
to
too.
take care of that. And it's still, I guess I need to just stand steady for more understanding and clarification. I never could understand, why are we involved? Why right there on Sam Mason Road in the country with all that we have in terms of, disposal of our sewage and that sort of thing?
I think I wish I could explain it a whole lot better, but I think the same question is asked by 99% of the county.
We get asked that question a lot, and we're not required by law to assess fees on residents. But we were required by the DEP to create a budget so that we could provide a stormwater department and services, and that was a requirement. So At the time, the fairest way to do that was distribute it equally, so we keep the fees down. But I will say this, I would be in favor of anyone that's not on public water or sewer at some point, if we can find an alternate source to fund the stormwater department, to eliminate those people from it if we could. But for now, there's no alternative source of funding to fund the stormwater board at this point.
There's been discussion of like water collection, rain barrels and things like that should give us credits. And those have to be approved as a viable method to be able to have a stormwater reduction cost possibly. So that's.
We have our own wells. I have 2 wells on the property for the farm and for my house. So it's just been something that's kind of stirring, but I didn't know even how to ask the question. I mean, I did ask the question within myself, but I've never, that's why I stuck around. You're not been here a long time today.
Yes, you have.
I said, I'm coming back in here, because of course I got to pay my penalties too.
Yeah.
Gonna run a little bit late, but I do appreciate being able to just stand here and hear what you have to say to me and the considerations that may be forthcoming.
We're hoping that they will be. I mean, believe me, this council up here, soon to be commission again, this is nothing that we took lightly or wanted to do. I hate to use the term, the can was kicked down the road until it hit our door. And then we were kind of mandated, either that or the Department of Justice was coming in to levy fines on our.
I'll be praying about it.
We will take all that you're willing to give.
Amen.
All right, thank you.
Take care. God bless you.
Mm-hmm. Any other comments from the public? Yes.
Not from the public.
Okay, Anthony, our legal director.
Mr. President, I just wanted to make sure that since there was some discussion about the fee, that this ordinance does not do anything to the current fee structure.
Correct.
Stormwater fee.
Right. Yeah, that doesn't change that. It gives hopefully it gives us the ability to modify it.
Council, yeah, we'll look at that later on.
Yeah.
This just kind of clarifies what the role of the stormwater district is and what the role of the county council and the engineer
department is. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. All right. Any other comments or items? Hearing none, can I have a motion to close public hearing?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Like sign opposed? Public hearing is closed.
And it'll be reopened at 6 o'clock.
And it will be reopened at 6 o'clock, correct. We are a little bit early, and Elizabeth, Grants Administrator, want to come on up?
Before Elizabeth starts, we want to introduce
That's
you.
fine.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's been our new,
I'm sorry, that was.
Warrants coordinator. This is Chad Thompson. He started with us on Monday, and he is our new warrants coordinator.
Well, I'm glad to see you're still here.
Yes.
Tracy and Elizabeth, in their grants.
Are they taking care of you in the office?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure they do, because they do a wonderful job taking care of this county. So we welcome you, and we always expect good things, and your office does provide this county some wonderful opportunities. So you're with a good team. So welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Anybody else comment?
Oh, welcome.
Okay.
You're in the tough end of the hallway down there, so.
What's your name again?
I'm sorry?
Your name again?
Chad Thompson.
Chad.
Yep.
I'll forget it, but I'll try to.
I'm bad with him too, so we're good.
I've been called a lot of things. Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Okay. Well, Chad, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll turn it back over to Elizabeth.
So I'm here for a request to apply for U.S. Department of Justice, Office of Community-Oriented Policing Services, fiscal year 23 microgrants officer retention, recruitment, and workforce diversification. The potential funding sources for the U.S. Department of Justice. It's for the Sheriff's Department. The duration is 12 months from October 1st, 2023 to September 30th, 2024. Total federal request is $175,000. Total match required is $0, and the total project amount is $175,000. A little background. Officer retention and recruitment are essential to the function of law enforcement agencies. Attracting and retaining the best candidates who represent a diversity of backgrounds, knowledge, and experience is essential to supporting the implementation of community policing. The Police Executive Research Forum released in 2021 found reductions in hiring and retention in law enforcement agencies nationwide. The COPS Office seeks pilot projects with creative methods for retention and recruitment and the advancement of diverse representation in law enforcement that include quantitative measures of success to better reflect the diversity of the community. Research shows if an individual is an underrepresented group, small barriers to applying are enough to deter them from the process altogether. The goal is to change the standards and create a fundamental redesign of law enforcement as a career to include women, millennial, and Gen Z candidates. So the goal of this proposed project is to reignite the interest and passion to the profession of law enforcement to the younger generation, while also expanding interest to individuals who historically were not typically associated with the profession of law enforcement, such as women. If awarded funds will be used to create an arsenal of resources to be used at career days, job fairs, and community events. The grant will pay for the following if awarded. So overtime for law enforcement officers, $40,000. Civilian or non-sworn personnel salary and fringe, $23,728. Supplies, $6,714 for like specialized display boards, flyers, pamphlets, tablecloths, folding mobile tables, and then a procurement contract for videos and photos for $96,550.
Okay.
No grant, no matching funds required.
No.
And no new positions.
No.
No. This is salary supplement for overtime or salary supplement to civilian employees that work on the project.
Yes.
Okay.
That'll be going around the events.
And Elizabeth, this is basically for recruitment. That's my understanding.
For
correct?
to plant the seed like at schools and stuff so that the sheriff's department has the resources available to just when they go in and have their days at the school so they can show videos that are created specifically to age groups or to it's like age groups and then also like different representations of peoples to make it more diverse.
Does money have to be spent in the year that it's effective?
Yeah, everything has to be created in the 12 months.
I like the part about the overtime.
And it's based
Yeah, I made sure to get that in there.
Federal
Yeah, I like
October,
that.
October.
Because we're probably gonna have to use officers that on their overtime to do this, I would think, so.
Right.
Yeah, that's wonderful, that part of it.
Yeah. I think they had something like this at the home show. I think Frederick County Police Department was there. They had tables set up with a couple deputies standing there, talking to people walking through. They had a video, TV, table, all that set up.
That's exactly.
So this can be implemented in other state. I mean, we could go to other states and recruit with this. Okay. Very good. Okay.
What do you need?
What do we need? A motion. Motion to
I so move.
motion to approve
approve
applying
for this grant.
I
Yes.
make a motion to approve to apply for this particular grant.
Okay. Have a motion to have a second.
A second.
Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Now we have Tracy. Ms. Gilliams for implementing crisis intervention teams.
This is an application to apply from the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Community-Oriented Policing for the Sheriff's Department. It is a 24-month grant. It is $400,000 maximum with a zero match. The primary purpose of the law enforcement crisis intervention team is to reduce the hazards associated with interactions between law enforcement and people suffering from mental illness, as well as proactively engaging mental health consumers who pose a threat to the community as a whole. The secondary purpose of a CIT is to reduce return calls for service related to mental health consumers, ultimately freeing patrol officers to provide better service to the community. The CIT officers will know how to handle situations in which a person is exhibiting behavior related to mental illness. They will also know where to take a person who is suffering from a psychotic break or a mental health exacerbation. Instead of transporting these individuals to jail where symptoms can worsen and increase severity, officers will be able to call the therapist to assist with these individuals and provide an alternative than going to jail. Jailing an individual that suffers from mental illness can affect other inmates and officers, as well as pose a hazard to the health of the individual. When a subject is taken to jail, instead of being transported to an appropriate mental health facility, incidents can occur that may lengthen an individual's sentence or move them to seclusion. These types of environments can be dangerous for those in mental health crisis, and rather than promoting healing and rehabilitation, may create more harm for an individual suffering from mental illness. Placing these individuals in mental health centers through the use of healthcare professionals that are members of the crisis team can keep them safe. With proper monitoring and therapeutic environments, individuals who may cause self-harm without awareness or an actual intent can be prevented from doing so. This grant will pay for the following if awarded. I broke it into 2 years. It doesn't have to be spent over 2 years, or it can. In year one, law enforcement overtime for 8 CIT officers, which would include trainings and CIT specific calls, $81,737. Training and conference attendance, mileage, meals, lodging, and registration, $15,734. Equipment, which would be a CIT vehicle, $55,000. Supplies, $330,000. I'm sorry, $330. Subgrantee for East Ridge to provide a therapist, $80,000. Year two, law enforcement overtime for 8 CIT officers for training, CIT calls specific, $81,737. Training, mileage, meals, lodging, and registration, $5,132. Supplies, $330. And a subgrantee for East Ridge therapist, $80,000. Sergeant Boothby and Captain Heckman have been having meetings with community members, including East Ridge. I was involved in one of them. So they have been planning to implement a model, and while they're at the beginning stage, this grant is an implementation planning grant while you're trying to implement a CIT team.
This doesn't have anything into effect with our mental hygiene. So this is
No, sir, they're separate.
Separate, okay.
But if you've been following the news, many of the law enforcement, public safety responses have been dealing with, that have made the national news, have been dealing with individuals that have some type of emotional or mental issues. This is a perfect grant to make sure that
treatment.
Our law enforcement officers are trained in dealing with someone that may be having an emotional or psychotic episode. So this is actually a very, very good grant for us.
This involves training all the officers, or just
It's the 8 specific team members, which would make that there would be 2 certified crisis intervention officers per shift. And then there is a trainer that 2 officers would attend a training in Salt Lake City in the first year to be able to come back and train 911 dispatchers, and also the full department. This is another diversion, just like adult drug court and the day report center and community corrections is a diversion. Instead of jailing people, this is another diversion for someone who doesn't necessarily belong in jail, but needs some type of assistance. So it would possibly reduce the regional jail bill more, because the people, they're not throwing them in jail. They're actually getting them to a facility and getting them the assistance that they need.
It will not only enhance the effectiveness of the sheriff's department, but, and I hate to look at it this way, it also minimizes our exposure to liability when our uniformed personnel deal with
A certain instance.
correct.
Well, I mean, it educates our workforce
It
to be
does.
able to handle those situations that are increasing, I think, probably at a faster rate than what we'd like for it to be, number one. But a lot of times these situations, and we've just seen this recently in this county where, perhaps these situations, can turn bad. We've seen it across this country where these situations can turn bad. So if we can prevent any of that from happening, number one, the subject in question going through that trauma, and number two, our law enforcement officers that go through that as well. So I think that this could be money very well spent in providing another service, once again, that has
Another tool in our
showed
box.
up in our society that needs to be dealt with.
Okay, we need a motion to approve to apply for the grant.
So moved.
Have a motion, to have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like, sign, opposed, motion carries. Is that some of the paperwork that I signed already?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Now we have an MOU between Mountaineer Behavioral Health, PLLC.
Both of the MOUs that I have, this one for Mountaineer Behavioral Health, this goes as a requirement for the SAMHSA grant. And just like last year, this MOU was vetted by the legal department. There were no changes to it. The goals of the MOU is that they will accept referrals from the Day Report Center to provide clients with access to medically assisted therapy, and to develop a collaborative and cross-agency model to discuss and co-manage mutual patients in order to improve the delivery of care for complex patients with substance use disorder.
Okay. Anybody had a chance to look over it or understand it and want to agree to it? Any questions, comments?
You ready for motion?
I'm ready for a motion.
Yes, sir. Make motion, we give the president the authority to sign the memorandum of understanding between Berkeley County Council, Day Report, and Mountaineer Behavioral Health Services.
Okay. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Got two of them. Pick one. That's okay. I'm just kidding.
This is a memorandum of understanding between Berkeley Morgan County Health Department
Hold
for
on a
the
minute. I gotta
SAMHSA
call for the
grant.
question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to call for the questions. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Like, sign, opposed, motion carries.
I am so sorry.
That's okay.
This is the same MOU for the SAMHSA grant with the Berkeley Morgan County Health Department. The goals of the partnership are: 1, to coordinate the service referral process for clients, participants, and patients of Berkeley County Day Report Center and Berkeley Morgan County Health Department, ensuring the non-duplication of services. 2, to provide participant, clients, and patients with access to medical services not currently provided by the referring agency, which is the Day Report Center. And 3, develop a collaborative and cross-agency model to discuss and co-manage mutual participants, clients, patients in order to improve the delivery of care for them.
Okay. This is another memorandum of understanding with Berkeley Morgan Health. Do I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the MOU with the Berkeley Morgan County Health.
Have a motion. To have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like, sign, opposed, motion carries. I think they're already signed. Oh.
Nice to meet you, Chad. I remember
Thank
your
you.
name, so
Good job.
wait till tomorrow.
Yep.
Give a name, please.
Mr. Davis, we have a state budget revision number 10, Fund 001.
Yes, sir. Before you is state budget revision number 10, represents the checks that we've received during the month of April. As you can see, we've received 27 checks totaling $2,595,281. However, $2,178,114 are reimbursement of ARPA funds. As the council's aware, you have identified a number of capital projects that we are currently doing using federal ARPA money, and it has to do with the renovations in the addition to the Dunn building, as well as the HVAC system upgrades to the judicial center. What we have to do is we have to pay for those services first, and then we bill our grants department, and then they reimburse us with ARPA funds. So you can see that slightly more than $2.1 million is ARPA reimbursements. And we're keeping track of our capital expenditures so that by year's end, either through reimbursement of bonds for the LED lighting or reimbursement of capital projects from ARPA, that our capital improvements fund does not incur a deficit balance. Of the $2.5 million, a couple things of note. I'm proposing that we put $260,000 in our fund that pays our bond payment. If you'll recall, we issued a 2022 A bond in December of last year for the addition to the Day Report Center. The first semi-annual bond payment for that came due last week in the amount of about $260,000, a little bit less than that. Since we had not budgeted that in the current fiscal year budget, we have to make that account whole, which we knew when we issued the bond we were going to have to do anyway. There is in excess of $1 million extra in the bond fund for next year, which will take care of the $520,000 of your 2022 A bond, but also any of the 2023 A or 2023 B bonds that we may issue. Just as a side note, as we look at the bids that we opened today for the addition to the Day Report Center, they were very, very favorable. If the low bid is what we think it is and it holds, we may be able to reimburse ourselves for the LED lighting from the 2022 A bond, which means we wouldn't have to float another bond issue. So, and we'll have to make that decision pretty quick because we're scheduled to price the 2023 A bonds on May the 15th. So, we've got a lot to do in the next, but they were very favorable. We can probably make the decision either do the 2023 A bonds and reimburse us with LED lighting and use the excess money from the 2022 A bond to finish we can earmark that for the second floor of that building, which currently is unfurnished. The stipulation is we have to use that bond money within 3 years of issuance, so it would be 3 years from December of 2022. So we'll look at that. We'll come back with a recommendation probably in the next two weeks. Also, information technology had 5 payments for IT services totaling $16,645, which we will put back into their account. And primarily, we'll be putting the lion's share of the money, $2,031,303 back in the capital outlay buildings account as part of our ARPA reimbursement.
Okay. Need a motion to approve state budget number 10, Fund 001.
So moved.
Have a motion, to have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Like sign opposed, motion carries. West Virginia Corp. Property Casualty renewal recommendation.
As the council's aware, we are one of the founding members of the West Virginia Association Risk Pool. In your packet, you'll see a summary sheet of what we've paid over the years. Of course, as we add buildings, as we add vehicles, as we increase our levels of liability coverage, as we increase our levels for cyber risk and some other things, you can see that our premium since 13-14 has increased quite a bit. But of course, there has been justification for those increases. Primarily, our increases have been due to workers' compensation. As we add people, of course, our payroll increases. As we give pay raises, our payroll increases. And about 5 or 6 years ago, we hit a period where we had some very, 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 very bad claims experience, so that our claims modification factor increased quite a bit. We have, for the past 3 years, we have been working with Chris Carey, who's the risk pool administrator, who has been very, very, very helpful to us. Steve Rawlings and Vivian Parsons. Over the past 2 years, we've come to an agreement that early on in the budget process, based on where they thought our experience rating for workers' comp was going to go, where I thought our payroll was going to land, and where there are other premiums for fleet and general liability and things like that was going to land, that they would always give us a not to exceed number for purposes of budget. They provided that to us, and I'm happy to say that we came in substantially lower than our not to exceed number. You can see that despite the increase in our payroll, our workers' compensation premium, it decreased by $150,804, which is a decrease of 33.23%. This was the first year that our favorable workers' comp loss experience kicked in. Our experience modification factor dropped from 1.43 for this current fiscal year to 0.95 for next fiscal year. We continue to work with the sheriff. The sheriff has been very, very instrumental in helping us get our workers' comp under control. This is the first sheriff that we've had in the 17 and a half years I've been with the county that was willing to put deputies that are on workers' comp that are unable to be patrol deputies. He actually puts them back to work on light duty. So that has helped quite a bit. So that has really had an impact on our workers' comp experience. Premium for property had a slight increase, and that was primarily due to real and personal property replacement cost increasing. Our fleet insurance rate increased a little bit. We went from 160 vehicles to 177 vehicles under this current renewal, and of course that's constantly being adjusted. While our premium is always important, and we continue to watch that, certainly equally important is the service that we get from the risk pool. And Penny and Tracy and Gary will tell you that they are very, very, very responsive to us. If they make a claims decision that we don't agree with, we can actually reach out to them and say, listen, we think you missed something here, take a look at it. When there are general liability claims, when we have complaints that come through in the form of lawsuits, we file it in, and they assign an attorney and claims adjuster right away, and they work with our legal department. So they've been exceptional in the service that they provided. In fiscal year 23-24, the council approved $1.3 million for our property casualty insurance. Included in that is we maintain a small accident and health policy for our community service participants and also our deputy reserves. The premium for those two policies combined is less than $5,000, and we continue to maintain those. And fortunately, we've never had to file a claim against either policy, but it's more of a protection than anything. After reviewing the proposed renewal, everything, of course, is in order. Therefore, I am recommending that the county council approve the renewal of the 23-24 property and casualty insurance with West Virginia Corp. At a quoted premium not to exceed $936,471. This renewal premium is $117,484 or 11.15% less than the current fiscal year. So they've really taken care of it. So we've had some credits that you can see. There's some credits in there, but this is a very good renewal, and this is the second year in a row that our premium has actually gone down.
I can say this, that the company, West Virginia Corp, is also affiliated with VA, Virginia Corp, that the company's big enough to handle the needs of our county, but yet astute enough to handle our phone calls when we call. They've got their own office and the staff. I've met them, and they seem to be top notch for
They
what they
respond
give
to our
us.
questions. They've, as you know, they've upgraded the client portal a couple of years ago, so that when we have some reporting that we have to do, we can actually go in through the client portal and pull all the information that we need for like OSHA reporting and things like that. We can filter claims by department. We can filter claims by person. There's not too much, and they continue to refine that portal, and we use it. I use it quite a bit.
Okay. If there's,
We got coverage on claims though, is it capped at $1 million then on that?
We have excess
We have
liability.
excess,
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now, is that excess on all liability?
Yes,
just
sir.
with the sheriff's department?
That's
or
everybody.
Is it up to a certain amount?
Yes, sir. I hate to say publicly, but
Okay.
yes.
No, but we have excess.
We do have excess liability.
sort of an umbrella.
We do have excess umbrella.
That's fine.
And we also increased our cybersecurity coverage a couple of years ago.
And
There's one thing with the old board of risk, which some agencies are still part of, there's no excess coverage at all.
no,
And you get your capital million and that's
Yeah,
it.
we
And that's-
we were able to, they offered that a couple of years ago to purchase an excess umbrella, which the council decided to do, which is included in this.
it's very reasonable.
Right there.
Yes, sir.
Yep. Yep, that's great.
Okay, a motion to approve the recommendation for renewal for the West Virginia Corp property and casualty.
Yes,
I
sir.
make, go ahead.
Oh, that's just fine. Motion to accept the recommendation of fiscal year 23-24 to renew the West Virginia Corps property and casualty insurance.
Can I have a motion to have a second?
Second that, yeah.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. And we do have an executive session.
Yes, sir. I'm requesting that the council move into executive session for legal matters, real estate discussion, and economic development discussion.
Mr. President, I move to
And
And personnel, yes.
go into executive session for.
There was a gentleman coming that on the agenda that he didn't show up.
I think he was supposed to be here at noon,
Oh, okay.
so we can go and take
We
care of
can-
some other
He's
things.
coming later.
Yeah. Okay, have a motion to go in executive session. Second? Did we get a second? Jim. And there will be action taken coming out. So we will be back, and we are in executive session.
You're on, sir.
Okay, we are out of executive session, and we are back in regular session. Is there any motions or items to take action?
Yes, sir, there are. Mr. President, I'd like to make the motion that we appoint Gary Wine as the next county administrator effective July 1, 2023, at a salary of $205,000.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Rapp.
Thank you. Thank you.
All righty, so it has been announced. And Mr. Barnhart?
Mr. President, I would really like to move to recess until 6 o'clock.
We are recessed until 6 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We are here for a public hearing to be about the stormwater management ordinance and its transferring or its joint efforts with the Berkeley County Council. No fees to be structured or discussed about, just public comments will be taken whether or not this is going to happen. And I'm pretty sure that it is, but need a motion to open the public hearing, if I can have one.
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. We do have a public hearing and it's open to public comment. Would anybody from the public like to speak?
Please.
Please. Let it be known there's no one from the public and it's only employees. Being that we've opened it, I'll have a motion to close it unless we want to just have a minimum amount of time, just in case somebody's on their way.
Yeah, let's recess.
Wait at least 10 minutes or so.
Okay, then we'll recess for 15 minutes.
You're on.
Okay, we're back in session, and we have been here 15 minutes, and I regret that nobody from the public has showed up. So I'll take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
In a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Hearing's closed. Mr. Barnhart,
Mr. President, I move to recess.
you're in recess.
The council has no objections. This will be on your agenda next week for discussion action.
Good.
Since
No objection.
showed up. So we've already got that scheduled.
Good deal. All righty. How's that?
That was pretty painless.
So you're looking at a place in Jamaica? What part?
One of the easier.
The grill?
Yeah, it's on Norman Manley. It's 2 in the road from me. Just across from Berkeley Beach, right beside the Times Square
Okay.
shopping center.
Cool.
Yeah, it's one that got vandalized. So I had seen pictures from 2 weeks before I went, and then when I got there, the people that got evicted kicked in doors, broke windows, broke barriers.